shall we?
We truly have a
Let me ask everybody to introduce themselves and your institution, and please remember that you must turn on your microphone. These meetings, of course, are recorded. This helps the staff to put together notes. Without the microphone, it doesn't record. All right, and I'm Rick Miller, you're one of your co-chairs from Texas A&M University in Kingsville. Julie?
Good morning, Julie Penley, El Paso Community College.
Good morning, Melinda Valdez. I'm a program director here at the Corning Board working with Dr. Cornelius. Welcome.
Is your machine on?
Now, I am Stephanie Borst, Texas Tech University.
Good morning, Heather Hicks from Cisco College.
Hope Corey, UT Dallas.
I'm Dan Brown from Texas State University.
Elizabeth Howard from Texas Wesleyan University.
I'm Beth Garcia from West Texas A&M University.
Frank Graves, McLennan Community College.
I'm Chelsea Heidbrink from University of North Texas, and I'm sitting in for John Quintanilla.
I'm Roundy Tanglin from Austin College.
Larry Abram from the University of Texas at Austin.
Marilyn Kaplan, University of Texas at Dallas.
Billy Anderson, Tyler Junior College.
Homer Guevara, Northwest Vista College from the Alamo Colleges in San Antonio.
Monica Villarreal, Texas State Technical College.
Crystal Seahorn, University of Houston, Clear Lake.
Alva LeBlanc, Tarrant County College.
Kevin Wood, North Central Texas College.
Janet Turillo, Stephen F. Austin State University.
Ed Byerly, Victoria College.
Terry Longacre, University of Houston.
Reinhold Cornelius. I'm Assistant Director at the Corning Board, and welcome to this meeting. This is definitely a record participation, and I'm so happy you all are here. There may be also one or two people on the phone, and maybe they can say their names as well.
Jose Rojas from University of Texas Medical Branch in Galveston.
John Quintanilla, University of North Texas.
All right, welcome everyone. Let me also please ask you that when you are not speaking to turn off your microphones. There's an issue with reverb, so thank you very much on that. Let us take a look at agenda item number 2, which is a consideration of the notes from our past meeting.
And if you look on the cover sheet for that agenda item, there were 2 minor corrections I did after I emailed out the draft to you, just for your information.
Page 42, as you know. I would entertain a motion to approve these summary notes.
Alva LeBlanc, I so move.
Thank you. Is there a second? When you make a motion or a second, please state your name as well for the record.
Kevin Wood, North Central Texas College, second.
Thanks, Dave. All right. Are there any corrections? If not, all in favor of the motion to approve, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any say again? Any abstentions?
Aye.
Thank you. Right, so the notes are approved.
Who abstained, please?
Are you going to explain the plan then?
Okay, if you want me to.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, your co-chair asked me to introduce agenda item 3, which is the main agenda item for the special meeting we are holding. And so the committee has by now quite a long history of looking over the functioning of the core curriculum, and that includes one recommendation you had made to the board on how to reword the rules for the component area option. You also discussed at length how to include upper division courses, and at the last meeting in September, you had a consideration about this, and the vote was not to make any changes in this regard. And then at the last meeting, you also started to discuss the idea which had come to us to us as staff from the field, that it may be advantageous to reduce the number of semester credit hours required for the core curriculum, which is currently 42, to 36 by eliminating the component area option. And so changing the rules for the component area option would require negotiated rulemaking. We are aware of that. And changing the number of semester credit hours would actually require a statute change, because 42 hours is written into the statute. And I printed out the snippet of the statute on the second page from the cover for this item. And because the legislator is in town this spring, you asked to have the special meeting today so that you could weigh in more deliberate. So last time in September, you sort of did a brainstorm. What are the pros and the cons? And staff took notes, and we divided this up into arguments, if you will, pros and cons, and sent this out to you as a list as a result of the discussion. We deliberately did not put this into the minutes so you didn't have to vote on this. It's just staff notes. But we sent it out to you, and it's printed in this packet. Now, we were thinking how to go about to come up with something more structured, because now you had time to go back to the institutions, talk to your folks, and staff was hesitant to make another brainstorm, because that would just result us taking frantically notes and then at the end dividing it up. Instead of doing that, we had the idea that you may want to get into 2 work groups for a certain time, where you self-select, if you will, which work group you would like to take part in, depending on whether you feel you're more on the pro side, if you will, and more on the con side, even though if you're like me, I don't know for sure. and so you may not know it either, but we want to have a constructive discussion and fine-tuning of these items we have already, or elimination of certain ideas, or strengthening other ideas, and coming up with a good list of what are the issues of this, either if we keep it at 42 hours or if we would reduce it to 36 hours. And then if after you do that for a certain time, we come back just before lunch and a spokesperson for each group would read out what you have, and so you hear it. You can break for lunch. Staff will type it up and hand it out after lunch, and then you can discuss together what you like or not like, or make changes. And in the end, you wouldn't vote pro or con, make consideration pro or con, which you may not be able to work out your differences for good reasons, but you could come up with this list, and that would be very informative to everybody who is going forward, for you at your institution, for us staff to inform our commissioner and Rex, and for them also to talk intelligently to the legislators.
We would like these groups, of course, to be somewhat even. So can I just get a sense right now of who's leaning pro and who's leaning con? So,
and that means discussing it.
Yes.
It's not a vote that you're for or against.
We just don't want one group of 3 and another group of 23. So, yes, Larry.
Pro means pro change?
Yes, pro means cut it to 36, con means keep it at 42. All right, so pro to 36, how many people are leaning that way? And con, keep it at 42. That looks close to even to me. I think that's going to work. Now the question is where to go.
And so if you discuss this, the idea is you have a draft list of pro and con. You can look at both of them and inform your discussion by it. So you may be able to address something which is, on the against reducing it, and by making an argument for it. So I would like you to look at the whole picture.
Shall we just use these tables here then?
Yeah.
Right, so if we can have pro over here, where Rex is, and then con over there where no one
We
is.
can move the tables, and we have also paper to write on if you like to pin it at the wall.
So this is Julie Penley for those of you on the phone. So we first discussed this in September, but a lot has happened since then. So we're asking for some deep thinking on a Friday drizzly morning. Any questions about what we're charging the committee with today and what the result of today's conversation will trigger? All right.
And we would.
Either one.
So for the people on the phone, let's try to gather back at 11:40, and just before lunch. Maybe it will be then 11:45. But if you backlog in and 11:40, then we all back on the same page. Is that okay?
Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, here we go.
Happy to help.
Okay, we all back. So we are all back, and who is ready to tell us what the group came up with? So what we're doing is we're just telling each other the main points which you came up with. Then staff is taking this and writing it up as best as we can over lunch. We bring it back, we hand it out, and maybe put it on the wall, but then you can discuss it and make changes or, you know.
Let's do pro-con.
Okay, who speaks
for pro?
Larry is ready and to go. Thank you.
Yes, so I want to preface my remarks by saying that I didn't take a course in college that allowed me to take notes about the discussion while the discussion continued. So I want my colleagues in the group that discuss the pros to feel free to have some comments after I've said what I have written down. So I think there are three main thrusts of our discussion. And we had representatives from two-year and four-year institutions, and we were talking a lot about issues related to students who transfer from two-year to four-year institutions. And we feel that this proposal to remove the CAO from the Common Core curriculum would result in fewer credit hours when students graduate at four-year institutions and lower costs of earning their degrees. So to the extent that that works towards 60 by 30 and other priorities that we all have institutionally and statewide, we think this makes sense. One of the important things that we discussed that is critical when thinking about this is what happens to those 6 hours that are currently required. And we feel that the benefits come from having opportunity for students to take courses at a two-year institution or even in the form of dual credit that would be not prescribed by the core curriculum, but that would be related to a field or fields that the students are interested in pursuing. And it would allow them to either get a head start in that direction or to try it, explore it, find out it's not where they want to go, and save the extraordinary cost in both time, money, and credits when students come to our campus believing they're going to be one major and then hating it. So we feel that that's an important part, that students can have this double benefit of exploring their interests. And we know many students that are 16 to 20 have interests that change as they take courses and experience things. But also for those who don't change their minds, to have a better opportunity to take more courses at your institution at lower cost that will count toward their major. Now, a part of that, of course, is that they know where they're thinking of going to the four-year school, and they can see what courses are required there. But that's all public knowledge, and hopefully advisors and everyone else understands that at both high schools and two-year institutions. The other thing that we talked about to some extent was the fact that there's this, I don't know what to call it, belief backed by experience that removing the 6 hours from the state-required core curriculum would mean that 6 hours would suddenly be up for grabs on campuses, and majors around the campus would be saying, well, then we're going to add 6 hours for the major, which would perhaps damage the whole concept of general education, and would also perhaps make it more difficult for students who are transferring, particularly if those courses were additional, say, upper division courses that they couldn't take at the community college. And we felt that there were a number of reasons to think that that shouldn't happen, and that it could be prevented from happening. And one of those is that in many cases, what we see right now is institutions have said, we think every student on our campus should have foreign language or a capstone experience or research experience or a first-year experience. And so we're putting it in the CAO. And we think those institutions should hold on to that belief and keep that as a requirement, so that it doesn't mean because it's not in the core that these hours are suddenly up for grabs by every major, but they should be held by the institution as part of general education. And that they should be, I mean, one scenario would be every institution keeps the same courses, but instead of it being a state requirement, it's now a campus requirement. And so that's an important thing, because there is the possibility of creep. There is a possibility of a number of claims being made that this is the best use, is that we should divvy it out to the different colleges and majors and let them do what they want. But we wouldn't support that. We don't think it's necessary. We don't think it has to happen, and we think it could be prevented. In fact, there was even discussion in our group about the fact that if all of this is going to happen by legislative action, that could be part of that legislative action. That every institution would be required to have a 42-hour general education curriculum, 36 of which was the Common Core, and 6 hours would be institutionally designated. So that would sort of facilitate, or maybe make it most likely that would happen. So those were the primary high-level things. I think when I looked at the bullets, the majority of the bullets fall into those categories. There was also mention of field of study as another aspect that's growing, and we're not sure where it's going, but certainly having students have an opportunity at the two-year community college to take more courses may help them with fulfilling all the field of study requirements before they transfer. So that would be an advantage. I think one of the concerns about the cost issue was that students would take fewer hours at the community college. And I guess our perspective is there's nothing about this proposal that makes that happen. It may make it more possible, but for students where cost is a concern, there's no pressure, no requirement or incentive to make that happen. And so students who are trying to decide, when will I transfer? And part of that question is, when will I have to pay a higher cost at a four-year institution than I'm paying at the two-year institution? Could stay and complete, their full 60 credits or whatever's required for their associate's degree. And if they transfer early, there are well-established reverse transfer policies, so they could still receive the associate's degree after transfer. Okay, group, what did I miss?
Okay, I'll add a couple things. If the students have these 6 hours of flexible courses that they could use, they could possibly use something that would go towards a minor in the future. They could pull from areas that are currently not in the core. So for me, as an educator in the 21st century, I'd like to see every student take a coding class of some kind. That's definitely not something in the core, but it is certainly something that would be attractive to a lot of programs, I would think. Business is not in the core in most cases, so you would have the opportunity to take those kinds of courses. The other thing that we talked about was if a student is on the fence, I'm thinking about this major or this major, let them take a course from each area in that 6 hours to help them make that decision. And making that decision in their first 2 years is much less costly than making it as a junior or a senior.
Yeah, thanks, Marilyn. And that reminded me that Dan made an important point in our meeting, which was that institutions will have to make sure that the courses that students are choosing to take to fulfill these 6 hours qualify for federal financial aid. So this would have to be, in a sense, making this part of the degree plan. Is that right, Dan? Yeah.
Yes, essentially making sure that if there's additional space on the degree plan for the student who wishes to take an elective or a course like Marilyn described, that it could then have a home where it would reside on the degree audit and then be considered eligible for Title IV federal financial aid.
One more point, the students, we've talked about several times in here. Say a student comes in, wants to be an engineering major, is only algebra ready and not calculus ready. Now they suddenly have excess math courses and know where to put them. This 6 hours gives them that flexibility. So we're looking at offering the students a better way to use those 6 hours than the current CAO.
Okay, so Ed, if you will present the other.
Okay, and like Larry, I'll certainly welcome anybody who wants to contribute. We did a lot of talking, and I'm doing my best to try and encapsulate it all, but if I skip something, please feel free. I think kind of the main takeaway that I feel like we came away with is that in many ways reducing the core, removing the CAO is effectively undermining the spirit of the core. The core was designed to provide a broad-based education. And the value of general education in higher education, of course, is very important. We believe that keeping the component area option in there allows students to take a wider range of classes that will account towards a degree. And you're right, other electives could also count that way, but the component area option very definitely will count towards a degree. And the classes that students take at that level are very important. They serve a variety of different functions. First, and perhaps most important, according to our discussions, is basic citizenship skills that come out of those component area option courses. If we start shifting a greater emphasis on upper level courses in the majors, then in many subject areas, we're going to be focusing on careers and valuable skills, to be sure, but we're then going to be shorting people in terms of some of the basic citizenship skills that they might otherwise have gotten in a core course. And so that was one of the things that we see as especially valuable in keeping a broad core. Also, in those core courses, I think you're more likely, a student is more likely to experience a little bit more of a diverse student surroundings. Once you start getting into your major course of study, you tend to focus, or your peers tend to be a more homogeneous group, and many of the the values of diversity that we espouse, or at least most of us embrace, aren't furthered to the same degree, I don't think, if you start moving students necessarily into upper level courses sooner. And so for these reasons and a variety of others, the intention of keeping a broad general education core, we think is very much within kind of the spirit of the core curriculum itself. A second point I want to make is this. Institutions have extensive systems set up, advising systems and financial systems. Believe it or not, reducing the core by 6 hours is going to cause considerable, or force considerable alteration of the various navigational systems that are already in place, which ultimately means that the costs are going to, there are going to be some sorts of costs involved when you start altering that navigation system. Now, that might not be prohibitive, or it might be considerable. I don't know, but it is something I think to consider, that the institutional costs to the various navigation systems can be disrupted. We also focused on the question of cost and especially debts that are incurred. And our committee basically came to a consensus that by eliminating the component area option, we are maybe not forcing students to go to four-year schools sooner, but they are very likely going to have to, because community colleges are not going to be able to offer all of the courses that they currently offer if the component area option if it disappears. And I use my own experience first and foremost. In addition to teaching history, I also teach a geography class at Victoria College, and I worry that that geography class, that World Regional Geography class, will probably go away absent the component area option. And the reason for that is geography falls within the social sciences, and there's only 3 credit hours of social sciences that are currently required as part of the social science component area. And students will take psychology, they will take economics, they will take sociology. They probably won't take as many geography classes, and that has more to do with the fact that we have a lot of dual enrollment students, and dual enrollment students can get upper level high school and college credit at the same time. Geography is typically taught at the freshman level, and we don't get many freshmen enrolled in dual enrollment classes. And for that reason, then, geography likely could go away. And I suspect there are other programs, other classes like that. And so the point is, if we start offering fewer and fewer courses, well, students are going to have no choice but to start in the four-year schools sooner. And as they do, their costs are going to be greater. At least we think they will likely be greater because the costs at the four-year schools are greater. Marketable skills. We talked a little bit about marketable skills. And one of the things that came out as very important is the fact that when workers, future employees go out into the workplace, they too need to have a broad array of skills, not just the hard skills that they get in preparation for their careers, but many of the soft skills that they can especially get during their years taking core courses. And the component area option contributes to keeping some flexibility in the core and allows students then to continue to develop the soft skills that so many students need when they go out in the workforce. So the emphasis, the stress on applied skills, the stress on the skills that you get in your major area, well, those are obviously very important, but we don't want to forget about the basic communication skills, empathy, those kinds of things which people can start to develop in many ways through core courses. Finally, we kind of touched on the question of persistence and retention and what kind of impact taking the component area option out of the core would have on persistence and retention. And we are somewhat of the opinion that in many ways it's in those core courses that students develop a sense of confidence, a sense of belonging, and a sense of attachment to their institutions. And it is those qualities then that allows them to persist down the road. We worry that we might be starting to throw students into their majors prematurely before they're ready. And ultimately what that means is, yeah, they start along the road of their major, they start investing hours in their major and suddenly realize they're not ready or aren't interested in that major. And so then you have the tendency towards the development of excess hours and years of getting through a bachelor's degree. So those were some of our concerns. Our thinking is that by encouraging students to take core courses, giving them some flexibility in the core courses that they can take, hopefully they will persist. Any? Okay. Well, and again, many of these are obviously related, marketable skills related to the 60 by 30 project, the 60 by 30 initiative. That's one of the things that we're concerned about, obviously. And debt, it obviously, is one of the issues with 60 by 30 as well. There's a provision that in theory, you're supposed to come out of a degree program with debt not exceeding 60% of first year's salary, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, our hope is that, or our fear is that by taking the component area option out, you're going to be adding to the debt and ultimately undermining that ask by 30 as well. Anybody else?
I just wanted to extend on that point. If we look at the almanac, and Kevin had brought up these numbers, the average student debt for a traditional student that stays in a four-year institution is $30,000. A native student debt is $31,000, and a transfer student debt is $29,000, which means that students that transfer from a two-year institution to a four-year institution have less debt than a student who goes into a four-year institution. So we assume that by reducing the amount of 6 credit hours, it takes away that, the time that a student can be at a two-year institution and have, so they would basically have more debt because they would have to take those classes at a four-year college. Additionally, some of the other debt that we haven't discussed are textbooks. The amount of money that textbooks at a four-year institution may cost, because they're taking upper level division courses rather than lower division courses, also increases. And I know Kevin had also brought up the point that I think there's like a $50 difference between a class per semester credit hour at a two-year institution versus a four-year institution. So classes cost more at a four-year college versus the two-year college. And if students are not as marketable because they don't have the soft skills that they're learning in these gen ed courses, then they're going to earn less money when they go out into industry versus a student who is well-prepared, well-rounded, and is more in debt. So those are the points that I wanted to make too.
Okay.
Yeah. Unless anybody else? Okay.
I'd like to add one thing I found on the bottom of my notes, and it's because, actually it was not on the bottom, it was on a different page. And it was one of the premises that we started with, but then I got into the details of the bullets. And I'm not sure that it applies to a particular one of the pros, but it was an overarching one, and it relates to this issue of debt. And one of the things that I think led to the generation of this proposal was the tremendous diversity or differences that we see across the state in what's in the CAO in different institutions. And it is very often the case that students who transfer have taken a course to complete the core, to complete the CAO at their first institution that doesn't count anywhere on their degree in the receiving institution, and it particularly hasn't perhaps allowed them to take a course at the lower division that would be counting toward their degree or required toward their degree in the major that they end up in. And so, in a sense, the fact that it's not standard, unlike all the 36 hours in the foundation areas that fit into a degree program seamlessly at every institution, these courses come in as extra courses. Now, they were taken at a lower cost, perhaps, but they're going to be replaced by extra courses that they could have taken at the two-year institution that they didn't at the higher cost. Thanks.
And we argue with that note is that I think that's where we discuss the hidden prerequisites that they can now put into those, those flexible 6 hours. Well, there will be a different set of prerequisites as a result of removing those 6 hours from the gen ed. For example, in my institution, they have to take a speech course. Speech is a prerequisite for upper level, speech programs or communication programs. So they're going to have to take those courses anyway at a four-year institution and then add on the cost of a four-year institution.
I think our intention here was not to debate, but to just simply get these out for the staff to bring back after lunch. So if there are no further from each of the groups, yes, ma'am.
If I may, Crystal Seahorn, University of Houston, Clear Lake. I just want to define that last point a little bit more as a
Sure.
As a position against that. In our survey of the types of courses being taught in this component area option, although there is a wide diversity of those courses, they are almost all part of the courses that are proven to increase retention and completion for students. And in that case, yes, there is a wider range and they may not count towards their overall total hours, but if they ultimately contribute to a student's more efficient completion of their courses, then we would argue that they stay in.
Okay, thank you, Crystal. Anyone else want to join in before lunch? If not, we will meet again.
So I don't know how long we take to write this up, but maybe we can shoot for half an hour, or shall we go for 40 minutes? We have till 2 to debate this. I'm fine if you want 45 minutes for lunch. How do you feel? 1 o'clock? Okay. That's a nice round number. 1 p.m. it is. And we'll be back. Thank you.
Are our phone participants there? Okay.
Yes, John Quintanilla here. Yes.
Oh, great, thanks. We're going to get started. We're a little late, but we're going to go ahead and get started. So you've got before you both the pro and the con arguments. One of the things that I think you might notice is that some of the goals are the same goal, but with very different ways of reaching that goal. And I thought we might want to sort of clarify where each group was coming from that, for that. So take a look, for example, at cost. So both groups said we want to reduce costs, and one thought we could do it by eliminating the CAO, and the other thought, well, we shouldn't. So I thought maybe we could clarify the arguments supporting that notion. I'll take a shot because I was at the con in terms of cost, and so part, and help me out, Ed and Jan, if you can. So part of the cost argument from our group was that it would transfer some of those 6 hours would end up at four-year institutions, which is somewhere like triple the cost. So that was part of the cost argument. Part of the, what else were we thinking?
Part of the cost discussion was also that if we take 6 hours at the front end, some of our programs are still going to require 6 hours as completed for their degrees. So it might be a cost savings at the front end, but not necessarily at the end for the graduation and the completion of the degree. So some of that cost was related beneficially at the front end, but not necessarily at the back end. We also discussed that some of our courses at the upper level only rotate around maybe in the fall. So would that mean that a student would have to extend their time in college and not have an early graduation time or save time to graduation?
And another aspect of this is that we both talked about the fact that many students graduate with more than the minimum number of credit hours needed. But I mean, the thought from the group I was sharing was that those costs are often based upon changing majors, added courses required for accreditation programs. None of those costs seem to be related to this 6 hours. From our point of view, the 6 hours back in the Gen Ed program. Those costs seem to be somewhere else, which extended the degree. We also, and we both talked about the notion of determining what you really want as a major earlier on. And Marilyn, I know you talked about sampling some other majors, and we also talked about the fact, well, that's kind of what the Gen Ed program does, is it gives you a chance to sample a variety of areas before you decide upon a major. So we looked at that somewhat differently, but for the same reason. Okay, I think that's it from Ed. You okay with it? All right. So maybe some clarification then from the pro group.
Okay, Marilyn Kaplan here. So sampling means open to all courses, not just those in the FCAs, which is part of the issue here, is that we have restricted the CAO so much that students are still sampling within those same areas. So the idea of having this completely free for students means that they can really try absolutely anything. So that's the flexibility we're looking for there. And we never said that this would be major related designated, that free means free.
And I think if I can expand on that, the other concerns were, I'm going to categorize them in terms of the student population. So in terms of transfer students, there is a risk of a student coming in to a university being core complete from a community college. However, the degree requirements for the baccalaureate degree include coursework that, if the student had taken it at the university, would have been within perhaps that institution's component area option. They're still core complete, but there's still a question of a degree requirement that is lacking, and so that would tack on, if you will, the requirement. So that could be addressed by taking out the component area option to give students the chance to still come in core complete and still meet the baccalaureate requirements. For students who change a major, regardless of whether they're native students or transfer students, I think Marilyn has addressed that, or are exploring majors. The other issue that comes up at community colleges is specialized admissions programs. So, for example, a student may want to become a nurse. We don't start them off as a nursing major. They're starting off as a gen ed major, or perhaps a biology major, until they complete the ranking courses. At that time, if they do not rank into the nursing program, then they need to come up with a plan B. And so having that flexibility in the 6 hours would help them eliminate some additional semester credit hours on their transcript. And it goes back to the issue that we brought up before lunch about what Title IV funding will pay for and not pay for, and how that could possibly impact students' persistence and retention, whether the coursework would be covered or whether they'd have to come up with the costs out of pocket. The other population that we talked about was dual credit, and for community college, a lot of dual credit students might be taking a student success course, which for many community colleges are the CAO core requirement. And so if we eliminate that, it could impact certain community colleges' dual credit students and reduce their exposure and opportunity to take dual credit.
Thanks, Julie. Anything else to clarify this point of cost?
Can I address just one point? In the area of core deficiencies, when a transfer student doesn't have a course that's in a program of study that is treated as a core course at the receiving institution, you know, one of the ways, especially community colleges, are working on addressing those issues is through the Pathways Project. And so hopefully those kinds of things, while they will exist, they do exist, hopefully they will not be a big problem or as much of a problem down the road. If we continue to map out pathways for the students prior to transfer, then hopefully they will know if they have to take one of those courses as a core course at the transfer institution.
Can I?
Yeah, hang on there just 1 second. Let me remind you that at the end of the day, we're going to send forward pros and cons from our discussion for consideration at the next level. And so what I want to do is to add this clarifying information so it's clear what those points were. So that would be part of it. So basically what I'd like to do is to go through each of these and see if there's anything more that's needed to clarify what is the point. Okay? Now, Larry.
Yeah, so I just wanted to ask Ed for some clarification about what he just said, because it's not clear to me how the pathways, the light's on, I don't know whether the sound's on. It's not clear to me whether the Pathways Project benefits will override or be different from the issue of the CAO. I mean, if the CAO remains, then students will still be taking a course that the two-year institution requires, but the four-year institution they go to may not have a space for in the program.
Well, it just means that prior to transfer, the pathway will have been worked out, with or without a CAO. You're right. I mean, whether the CAO is there or not, Pathways is designed to facilitate a transfer without loss of credit. Now, through the Pathways, if the receiving institution has a program requirement that is part of the core, in theory, before they ever transfer to the receiving institution, they will know that. We are, as part of the Pathways project, we are literally mapping out the pathway for the various programs. At Victoria College, we're working mainly, first and foremost, with our most important transfer institutions. But other schools are doing the same with their most common partners, or their biggest partners.
Sure, but I guess what I'm thinking is that it's not clear to me how the Pathways Project relates to cost, other than helping students choose courses at the two-year institution that will count at the four-year institution. And it seems to me eliminating the CAO would make more space for that to happen.
No, it basically means they won't take a class at the two-year institution.
Okay.
If they know they have to take it at the four-year institution, then they know they won't take it at the two-year institution.
This would be a course that is not in the ACGM or not in the TCCNS, where there's a required transferability?
So I'm going to jump in here. We're getting a little bit off topic. We're not, in the interest of time, we are not debating the pros and cons per se. We're clarifying the content so that the commission staff can decide how to proceed. I think that Pathways is an interesting factor that is not currently on this list. So we do need to perhaps add Pathways. I don't know if it would be just a separate category, other considerations. And Pathways is designed, again, not only to facilitate completion, but also to ensure applicability of transfer courses. So if I can bring us back to task and simply clarify the points in favor of reducing the Texas core curriculum.
Right, so ultimately what we want to do is to either add or subtract words from the document in front of you. So that's what we were talking about in terms of clarification. So we've got this is what came out of the subcommittees. If we want to make some modifications of that for the staff to take forward, that's where we're headed.
Thank you. This is Dan Brown from Texas State. On the list of items for arguments for the reduction in semester credit hours of the Texas core curriculum, item number 4, I don't believe our conversation was so much that there's a responsibility for the institution of higher education to ensure that the 6 semester credit hours that are gained qualify for financial aid. Our conversation was that if it remained, as Marilyn discussed and others, an opportunity for free electives in the degree audit, it would give a location for an elective to be considered for federal financial aid. I'm uncomfortable with any of us ever having the responsibility and capability of ensuring anything in that way. So it wasn't so much ensuring that they qualify. It provides an option on the degree plan or degree audit where an elective might reside. And so that could be an elective, as an example, something associated with a major field of study that has a requirement from their accreditor. It could be something of that type, and now there's a place for it to land so that it can count toward courses counting toward degree for federal financial aid eligibility. Well, I think my preference would be that the 6 hours that would be freed up, so to speak, on the audit could potentially serve as the basis for elective credit on the degree plan. Again, I'm using a lot of could and should because I don't think I'm in the position to say must or would.
Right, so I would say from the committee that the discussion included that it could be free elective or it could be a degree requirement of the institution. Right.
ideas. That's why I'm hard for us to.
Rhino, do you have a mic? Do you have it? I think the handheld is near you. Oh, thank you, Rex.
Writing this right now here because there were several ideas animated, and it's very hard. Semester credit hour free from this year, or for elective credit.
In order to qualify. And I think in the first line after CAO, it says should rather than could.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right, Dan?
This is Dan Brown again from Texas State. I think also, in some ways, just to kind of refine and define what we discussed, that 6 hours could serve as a location for the student who is completing a field of study that requires starting in a more advanced mathematics course, but it also would provide just a spot on the, so there's kind of two issues here. If it's a general degree requirement, as we discussed, reducing or eliminating that CAO, if the university or community college feels that it is such an important foundation of their undergraduate education, this would be an opportunity to identify that as a general degree requirement, something that they believe is just so foundational to completion of that degree. But the 6-hour placement of free electives gives the student an opportunity to explore, to consider, to complete something for the major, to be prepared for it in a way that it applies to the degree audit and then is eligible for federal financial aid. But I agree, should is the more appropriate term there, I think.
And should there be a modifier on the elective so it would be a required elective credit or something
No,
else?
I think
Okay.
just elective credit.
Okay, yep. Reinhold, I have a suggestion about the first and second points here. It seems to me that the first sentence for the second point really should be moved up to the end of the first point. And then the second point is really about that question, what happens to the 6 semester hours?
Can we go to arguments against the reduction to 3D? There seems to be a question on what the point was there, so I think we need to clarify that one.
Janet Torello here from Stephen F. Austin. I think what we were talking about there was especially our example in our chemistry program. We have 2 prerequisites, and if the 6 hours are removed, we're going to have to take those prerequisites and put them into the 300 or 400 level course unless there's another viable solution, and there may be. But some of those prereqs that are existing in programs now will have to go somewhere to meet the completion of the degree or the completion of the degree program. So to me, that was one of those hidden prereqs that maybe students don't have information about, maybe there's something missing, but the program itself will have to still continue with its hours and its completion requirements. So in essence, there's a hidden prereq.
Thanks, Shannon.
I'm
Larry?
sorry, I need more information to understand that, because it seems to me that removing it from the CAO doesn't prevent you from offering it or prevent students from taking it for the same purposes that they take it.
Well, again, not to get, like you said, like Julie said, stay on what we'd like to present. That prerequisite, whether it's in the 6 hours, somewhere they're going to have that, and it goes back to program specificity, that to meet a program's demands, there may be not hidden classes, but prerequisites that exist that we're going to have somewhere. And so I'm not sure if there's another prerequisite that anyone else would like to talk about, but to me and to our program, that student is still going to have 6 hours somewhere that they have to take, front end or back end. They're going to have to take those courses.
But the 6 hours are still there. They're just not in the core. So why can't
Correct.
they
So
still
if
take
we're
those
looking at a cost-efficient model, if that's what we're,
Right.
if we're looking at, how did we save the student any kind of cost by keeping those 6 hours somewhere else in the program? How did we save a student from extenuating
To
debt?
me, we're not saving money, but we're preventing additional cost. So if the student takes a course there that when they transfer doesn't count, then they have extra cost. If they have to choose the course they can take, then there's no change in cost.
Kevin Wood, North Central Texas College, I respectfully disagree, because you're taking those 6 hours out of the core, but you're adding them right back in on the upper division, and there is a significant increase in cost between the credit hour cost at the first two and credit hour cost in the higher level.
My assumption is that the students would take the 6 hours at the community college.
Not if you're going to make it a higher level.
We're not going to make it a higher level
3,404.
course. We've never said that. We're saying that students would be able to choose from the courses offered at the community college how to fill those 6 hours.
Monica Villarreal, Texas State Technical College, they won't qualify for financial aid if it's not part of a program. So if it's not part of the general academic core, then we would have to ask those students to choose or identify a major that would offer those classes that they want to take, those 6 hours.
So if your institution said all of the students here have to take this general ed set, it's required for the degree, 36 hours of state core and 6 additional hours of institutional requirement, they wouldn't qualify for financial aid?
As an institutional requirement, they would, but then they would be eligible to transfer out, right, to a 4-year institution, which would then raise the cost of those 6 hours, because they would have to take those 6 hours at a 4-year institution, or they could take those hours at a 4-year institution.
But they always
Okay, I'm gonna jump in again because that's what I do in life. This is Julie Penley. It's 1:33. Our agenda states that we are to adjourn at 2 o'clock. I'm looking to Reinhold to see if that's a hard stop. And if we go longer, do we have to have a motion and a second and vote, or what happens if 2 o'clock comes and we still have conversation? Okay, all right. So in the interest of time for all of us, I just wanted to have you, if you can see the clock where you are, just keep that in mind. I think the clarification could be the issue of saving students hours. It could be considered a pro in that if a student comes into a program not ready to tackle the program's requirements, they could use these 6 hours to become ready, for example, in a math course. It could be considered a con in that, as Janet was saying, if they have these prerequisites for courses, they're going to have to be completed at some point. But to reiterate Larry's point, we are not cutting the degree hours. We are still looking at a 60 semester credit hour for an associate's degree and 120 hours for a bachelor's degree. So this might be something that we have to address in both the pro and the con column, or this other considerations seems to be growing into other points. But I just wanted to have us circle back and think about the time and how we want to use our time together to further this conversation.
I just wanted to clarify, maybe our assumption is that if we reduce the general academic semester credit hours, then it would leave the institutions the autonomy of doing whatever they please to with the 6 hours, whether it be making them an institutional requirement for them to take whichever course they want to, or tackle on those courses onto a major requirement. So we were under the assumption if they tackled on those courses in major requirement, but those have prerequisites that were previously under the former general education core, that those hidden prerequisites would still be covered by financial aid and would exceed the 120 hours, therefore raising the cost that the student would have to pay to obtain a 4-year degree. And as we've seen, it's more expensive, more students are in debt under a 4-year institution versus them transfer from a 2-year to a 4-year. I hope that kind of clarifies our point with the hidden prerequisites. Sure. Maybe we can, because the 4-year institutions could then tackle those 6 hours onto their major requirement, which would then allow the institutions to have hidden prerequisites for those major courses.
Okay, let's come back to the list. No, wait.
Like for
Across the 4-year institutions?
Right. For example, like an upper level literature course that may have required them to take Composition 2. If Composition 2 is no longer in the general academic core, then those students would need to take Composition 2 apart from their 120 hours. Does that make it a little bit more clear?
Across 4-year institutions. Part of the degree plan.
Right, could require additional courses that are not part of the degree plan.
Okay, coming back. Again, we are looking for points to clarify on what is written in front of us to make it clear exactly what we mean to say.
Richard,
Right.
this is Dan from Texas State. It's just a thought. I don't think we can solve this today, but I do think it's something we could return to in the future, because the phrase hidden prerequisites is used in so many different contexts. And I just opened up the field of study for mechanical engineering, and it starts at Calculus 1. And if it starts at Calculus 1 and the student is not ready for Calculus 1 at matriculation, the quote-unquote hidden prerequisites could be considered to be a college algebra course, which is a collegiate level mathematics course, or another mathematics course beyond that. So not for today's meeting, but I think it would be really helpful if we talked about, at some point, what is a hidden prerequisite and how are they defined, what do they look like? Because I think we're in some ways all describing this from our own personal experience and not thinking about it from a standpoint of how it interacts with the overarching goals.
Thank you, Dan.
I think the point of that was that we were discussing the idea that having a reduction of the core would increase costs, so we were just giving some examples of how that could be. And I know the discussion of hidden prerequisites had come up in the previous meeting, so we were just, we mentioned in our group discussion that though there are hidden prerequisites, like in engineering or in the hard sciences, those won't, they may go away for those programs, but then they may be tackled on to other programs that we're not considering.
So my understanding was that we recommended as a committee to meet today in order to address the time reality of the legislature being back in session. So while we might have further discussion, and I agree 100% that we're not going to solve this issue today, what we do need to decide is whether we do want to continue to attempt to move forward to give the staff information that they can take to the legislature now while the timing is hot, so to speak, or whether we think, that this is too large of an issue. We can't rush it as UEAC. We need some more time. We're not ready to make an intelligent argument in either direction to the legislature.
May I add something, Julie? On the side for arguments for, and this is just a suggestion, please, that we have mentioned 60 by 30 in the for considerations. I would appreciate 60 by 30 also being mentioned for the against, because many of these issues that we brought up for the against the reduction also meet and mirror 60 by 30 intentions as well. So, everywhere, just everywhere.
Reinhold, this
Yeah.
is Dan. The student debt piece, especially since on the opposite side of the argument, the conversation about increasing costs with likely or potential concomitant increase in student debt, that would be an alignment
Yes.
with 60 by 30 most definitely.
Also, when we talk about student persistence and retention, we also mentioned the fact of marketable skills. That's directly related to 60 by 30 as well.
Let's take 60 by 30 out of the other side and make it because it's implied that everything we do is actually for.
Okay. And could that be a general statement then, that both arguments for and against would relate to 60 by 30 in some way?
We are back open to clarifying any of the statements on each of these pages.
On against number 2, since we mentioned pathways, could we include pathways as one of those navigational systems that are in place?
For example, pathways? For example,
Yes,
pathways?
or institutions, should be institutions, have advising and finance systems, including pathways in support of students. Alterations to the navigational systems that are in place may be costly.
Sure. After the word systems, add including pathways. Other contributions to clarification? That was not a bell signaling recess. Well, are we prepared then to go forward with these 2 pages as the result of our discussions? Yes. Go ahead, Crystal.
Can I ask for one more point of clarification on the arguments against? Oh, I'm sorry, the arguments for number 5.
For number 5.
If I'm understanding correctly, the argument is that because the current CAO is too broad, we should make it broader by not having it as part of the core. But would not the concern be then that, if I'm taking courses at a 2-year institution and I fill those 6 hours somewhere else, they still might not be counted. Whereas if they're part of the core in this component area, they're much more likely to have had this conversation and be aligned and then by extension credited and transferable?
It's not necessarily the breadth, I think, of the CAO as it is the diversity across institutions. So different institutions have very different sets of courses or courses in the CAO. And if a student comes to the university for a 4-year degree, that degree plan has no place in it for those courses, then the students, in a sense, took courses that won't count and will have to take the courses that they need to complete the degree at the 4-year institution, rather than having the option of having taken those courses at the 2-year institution by choice, because they knew where they were going and what they needed for that program. So, does that help?
I have an example of this. So this is Chelsea Heidbrink with University of North Texas. So for example, if a student transfers to us and they have taken 6 hours in CAO that maybe are speech, or some people have English too, for example, in CAO, that actually adds hours on for our students in science because they could have taken, for example, chemistry and placed that in CAO. But now that that CAO is filled, those students now have to take additional chemistry courses versus having been allowed to take chemistry 1 and 2 at the community college. Does that give a better example of what we're talking about?
I think so. It just seems to me that we're assuming they're definitely going to know what they want when they fill these additional 6 hours, and I think that that is a generous assumption. In a sense, right? Because what we're saying is we don't, because of the diversity of courses in the CAO, they may not all count somewhere else. By taking them out of that space, if I'm hearing you correctly, you're saying as a transfer you could find another 6 hours somewhere that could count so they could still be core complete. Is that correct? And then they could continue on with their major courses.
Is there rephrasing of the statement that would clarify that?
I'm sorry, can you repeat what that last thought was again? I'm sorry, I'm trying to wrap my head around
Well, I
that.
think maybe my only question is the notion of the phrase diverse range of courses, right? Because it seems to me that we're further diversifying the range of courses, and maybe that just...
So what
I
if
agree.
we said,
Oh, sorry.
what if we said there are different courses in the CAO among different IHEs? Is that better?
Yeah.
I think that's clear in terms of what your intention was, that they're not uniform. So, Reinhold, that would be, there are different courses in the CAO among different institutions of higher education. Any additional clarification on any of the points? Yes, Rex.
Perhaps what might be hidden prerequisites. So if somebody tells them that. Or a pre-calculus course. Is that
Thank you. Okay, sorry about that. So, yes, I can tell the difference myself. So, So what I was saying is that there are really no such thing as a hidden prerequisite. We all know what they are. But they derive from the fact that a student may not actually be prepared for the course they need to take. And I was using Calculus 1 in engineering as an example of that, where the student who decides they want to be an engineer, but they are not really prepared to take Calculus 1 as their first math course. So they need to back up and take college algebra or trig or pre-calculus or something in order to be prepared for it. And we often think of those things as hidden prerequisites, and that's usually what we mean when we use that term. But we've always tried to think of prerequisites in the sense of what is it that a student can reasonably be prepared to come from high school with. Does the high school offer that? And so it's not unreasonable to expect that a student could have gone through high school in Texas and exited with the knowledge and skills they need to go into Calculus 1. And so oftentimes we think of how do you define that first course, and then what are the prerequisites behind it as what is it you can be reasonably expected to be prepared for when you get there. And when we look at those issues when we examine the core curriculum, we look at those issues when we examine proposals for programs. And so it's almost always there, but the question we always ask ourselves, is it a reasonable expectation that a student could be prepared for this? Now, that doesn't mean they are, because students don't always take in high school what they should, or they take in high school what they think they need, but that's not what they really need, because nobody told them, or they changed their mind, or for a whole plethora of reasons. But that's how we look at this whole issue of prerequisites. And so in that sense, then, you're not necessarily, those hidden prerequisites are not added to the degree program. They may be added to the hours that a student has to take, but they're not added to the degree program. The degree program may still be 120 hours. It's just that the student isn't prepared for that level, so they need to back up, sometimes called leveling courses. Right? It's usually how we refer to them if you're going to go to graduate school, but it's the same principle or same concept. And then the other is the discussion about pathways. And so I hope that all of you are paying attention to the fields of study, which actually map out what the lower division requirements for degrees are. At the end of the January board meeting, there will be 26 of these approved by the board. There's 23 now. There'll be 3 more up for approval at the January board meeting, and 22 of those will be in the top 25 transfer degrees. And so those are, they lay out and tell students what the courses are that you should have to be, to then go into the next level. So, but we, this is difficult work. And so I appreciate the conversation and you've given me a lot to think about, and so that the insights that you bring to this. So we certainly appreciate that.
Thank you, Rex. Any further clarification? Because if not, I would entertain a motion to approve sending forward these 2 sheets as we have amended them along the way. Do I hear such a motion?
Elva LeBlanc, I so move.
Do I hear a second?
Kevin.
Thank you. This is Larry Abraham, seconded. Right. Any further discussion before we vote? All in favor of sending these documents forward, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Any abstentions? I don't know. Yeah, yes, who is it on the phone again? Oh, John.
Jose Rojas, UTMB Galveston.
Oh, okay.
Jose Rojas, UTMB Galveston.
Got it. Thank you, Jose. All right. Okay. The motion
will you
carried.
send these out?
I'm sorry?
Will we get a copy of these when they go forward?
There you go.
Yes, I will put in the right font, which is not right now, and spell check and grammar check, and I'll send it to your co-chairs. They can check it with their notes, and then that should all be very quick. So next week I'll put it out and email it to you.
Item number 5. We have one more item then on the agenda. If you'll turn your page to item number 5, which is the spring and fall meetings.
Hey, so the spring meeting is going to be the end of April, Friday, April 26th, at 10 o'clock here at the coordinating board. And the fall 2019 meeting is scheduled for September 20th. I would remind the committee that at the spring 2019 meeting, the committee needs to identify and vote on the co-chair representing community colleges. Remember, in September, we decided to return to the staggered terms, and so we voted for Dan to take over starting in April as the co-chair representing the university institutions. So community college folks, think about how you might feel about being asked to serve as co-chair, and the committee will make their nominations and votes in April. There being no further business.
One second, please.
Darn it, there is further business.
So if you have any ideas for topics for the April meeting, we are still thinking this over. You can email me privately, and I will get with your co-chairs and new co-chair to build the agenda. So please consider that and do that. Also, real quick, we used to give you a handout for the cost. Thanks to crafty staff members, you will get an email with a poll, which is supposedly handy and will filter directly into a spreadsheet, etc. So we'll experiment with that this way. Thank you.
Okay, Elizabeth.
And I may be the only one that this affects, but I just wanted to note that the April 26th meeting is the same date as the SBEC meeting here in Austin. I'm not sure if that affects anybody else. And I know that it's impossible to coordinate all schedules, so.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is the meeting we moved because of Good Friday. I don't know how many people will go to the SBEC.
1, 2.
2 people. Maybe you can, if you can send representatives in your place, that would be fine. They cannot vote, but they can certainly discuss and represent you. Since it's 2 people, we probably will leave it at that.
Okay, it is 1:57. We are adjourned.